Let's see, it is currently before we get started, can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you booted up the game. A lot of people don't take the steps seriously. They just leave the clock set to 12 o'clock and call it a day. But you actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know that you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see the screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want, even if it's not the correct time. You've earned it. Alright, I'll let you get back to the video game now.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Messy office.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Wow.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, yes, this room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having experienced this room was now too horrible even to consider. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Yes.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Okay, so we're getting somewhere. Clearly there's something here that speaks to you. If I can be honest here, I really don't have any idea where I'm going with this. This whole third door thing was just a stab in the dark. But I guess you're into it, so let's keep this party train rolling. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
One of the worst 3% voters chosen loser.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Fuck this.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out, I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Wait, what?
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
I've never done this before.
Oh, no. No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing. Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
I can run now.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball. Yes! Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls! Hold on. What are you doing? Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back. You still have so much...
Oh shit. I don't know, I'm still falling. Yep.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
What?
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Press square to spend time with the boys.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
Please press X to tell your kids a story.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
Please press up to tell your wife you love her.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Okay, I'm about to press the button. I'm gonna wait a full minute. Once the red hand gets back to the 12. If it doesn't, nothing happens by then, I'll press the button. Okay.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried. All of his co-workers were gone, What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first time understood true happiness. Then the feeling went away, and he felt sad again. Then it came back, and lingered for a minute or two. Now it's only half there, just a kind of, tingle. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left. Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way. No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story. I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not? All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything? Aha! I knew we'd missed something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps. Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
God damn it, and Sonny left.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that? No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on. You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay, now if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office in fact a skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood. music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything. Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell? Oh, no, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart. You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction? Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it. Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine. Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere at the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits. Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really... No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait, you know. I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination, so I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Okay.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, giddy in a way he had never known before. Was it this room? A connection between the two? Could a man love a room? I mean, truly, truly, deeply, madly, love. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. "I'm dreaming!" he yelled. "This is all a dream." Oh, What a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of the world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay. Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
What?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran. Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? he could no longer recall. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yeah.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
I've done that several times already, Stump.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
This is right where I was. Yeah, I left work early today, Stump.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway. Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death. As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Then he pushed the number 4. Stanley pushed the big red button. Stanley jumped in the river.
look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Turn off your PlayStation. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Sonny? Have you been watching on YouTube?
No.
Oh.
We left work. Silly. Had to go get groceries, pick them up and shit.
Well, I finally took the correct path.
Well, that's nice.
If you want to watch.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
I didn't want to end up fired.
Oh, no.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, wow. You're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
Oh my gosh. Interesting.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
Interesting.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone? This was too much for Stanley to take. Too much for any man to take. He fell to his knees, bursting into half moans, half sobs, the guttural retching of life from a man denied any hope, any reason to... Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Clay, I said don't touch nothing. Lily, if you don't go right, you don't You just...
Feeling soothed and
you aggravate
rejuvenated,
me.
Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Are you screen sharing it?
Yes.
Why is that so fucking loud? Oh, that's fine. Ah.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Hi, Sonny, by the way.
Hello.
Hi, Valenian. Hey, Clay.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did
He can
have the
feel me.
strength to find
Leave
out?
my senpai alone. This is why Leo will never ever come to
Now the
Alabama.
monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee.
Like, even if
in
his
the
job
building.
finished, he's just like,
Stanley's
yeah, you can fucking
co-workers.
fire me. I know who's down
The
there.
lives
No,
of
not
so
going.
many
Not
individuals
happening.
reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His
Can I go back to
own
the
life
screen?
in someone else's control?
this time I'm
Never.
gonna actually
It was
turn it off.
unthinkable.
No!
Wasn't it?
No! Turn it back
Was
on, but then
even
don't
possible?
do nothing.
Had he truly spent his entire life
What do you
utterly
mean?
blind
It still
to the
blows up.
world?
How do you know?
But here was the proof. The heart of the
I'm pretty sure
operation.
it does.
Controls labeled with emotions. Happy
It's a Stanley Parable.
or sad or
Come on.
content. Walking, eating, working. All
There's
of it
infinite-
monitored and commanded
infinite
from this
endings to the
very
game.
place.
Not
And as the
infinite,
cold
but there are
reality of his past began to
bunch.
sink in, Stanley decided that
Bunches
this
and bunches and
machinery
bunches and
would
bunches.
never again exert its terrible
found the
power
bucket yet?
over another human life. For he
No.
would dismantle the controls
Oh,
once
when you find the
and
bucket,
for
carry the bucket.
all.
Narrator hates
So-
fucking bucket.
Would you stop ruining it? Do I hit on and just stand here, right?
Yep. Sit on and just watch the screen.
But
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized
Okay,
he
someone's
had
got a
just
lot of static going
initiated
on.
the network's emergency
It's
detonation
me, I'm
system.
fucking with some
In the
shit.
event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to
Don't
talk
move,
about
just
you,
stare straight at the screen.
about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen
Maybe
to
it's the
screen,
second
clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no,
Yeah,
these
'cause he's
colored
clearly
ones, or
assuming
maybe
that
this
you're in
big
the other
red
room
button,
pressing
or
buttons.
this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? But you really believe there's an answer? How many times will you replay this bit, looking desperately for a solution? 10? 100? 1,000? I look forward to finding out and to watching the bomb go off each time you fail. Just you and me and the retching explosion of fire and metal over and over and over for all of eternity. And Stanley died
When I get to 1
again.
second, hit off.
And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
It didn't work.
Fuck.
The dialogue was different, though.
Perhaps maybe it was...
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of
Maybe it's
it.
the second
What?
If he
one.
checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
What the fuck?
Wait, what?
Saying that there's somebody following him now.
Oh, there's a note on the ground. No, turn around. There was a piece of paper on the ground.
Yeah, you can't do nothing with the paper.
Oh. Well, I didn't know. You get mad at me. I've seen me and you shut doors in each other's face, but
When
not our
Stanley
own face.
came to a
You're
set
right.
of 2 open doors, he entered the
All
You're
right,
right, so
been
many
that way.
times.
But I hadn't seen it yet.
Well, then start the YouTube video back over and watch it from the beginning.
No, because it's different every time you do it.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his... Oh no, oh no, 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 no,
Bucket.
no, 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 no,
The
not
bucket.
again.
Where
I won't be
is
part
the
of this. I'm
bucket?
not going to encourage you.
The
I'm not
bucket.
going to say
Where's the bucket?
anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Yeah, just go back in there. Stand in there. There you go. It can't hurt you in here.
No,
It's just your safe room. No, you left the safety. Why'd you leave the safety?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
And then he walked back downstairs into the broom closet. This feels like Manual Samuel if you had more control.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey,
No,
look, it's
you've
a
never
new
seen that
passageway.
video I posted the other day.
Kill
I got
secrets.
so fucking pissed. Because my fucking fingers kept slipping because I was sweating so much. I'm having to hold the buttons and walk and breathe and blink and breathe and walk and blink. It was so fun. I literally, when I had to climb the steps, I had made it almost all the way up the steps. I dropped the card and then fell. I was like,
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
oh, it didn't hit.
The lights rose on an enormous room.
It didn't help that Clay was sitting there laughing the whole time. I'm like, Clay, this is not funny. Shut up.
Stanley thought to himself. Did he have
I'm about to unalive everybody. I mean, that's not what I said. I can't remember what I said, but it was funny.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building.
I might do a live
Stanley's
stream of it
co-workers.
again.
The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them.
I never finished it because the recordings that I had made of it were on my original PS4, and Lightning got my PS4, so.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job?
It's supposed to be plugged up to my surge protector, but the surge protector failed.
Blindly?
And when lightning hit,
No. He
the power
refused
surged
to
back
believe
through it.
He couldn't accept it. His
I managed-
own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life...
I dare thee to strike it upon me!
But here was the proof.
Well, somebody had to be holding the kite.
Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
Clay goes all the way back through that, just hit the on button again.
I hit the off button.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over?
Nice.
Trix, what are you doing here?
He had won. He had defeated the machine.
Oh, you beat the game.
Unshackled himself from someone else's command.
Or
Freedom
did
was
he?
mere moments
Dun, dun,
away.
dun.
And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer
I've
would
been watching
anyone
YouTube
tell
all
him where to
day.
go,
I'm waiting
what
for a
to do,
fucking ad to pop
or
up as
how
I'm
to
watching
feel.
Clay play this video game. Like,
Whatever life
come
he
on, I
lives,
know it's here.
it will
Fuck
be
you.
his.
There is no
That
ads.
was
If there's
all
ads,
he
I'm getting
needed to
fucking
know.
money
I
for
know,
it.
I'm
It was
joking.
perhaps
What I'm saying.
the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped.
What I was
through
saying
the
is
open
that I've been
door.
watching it so long, so that why this is like a low res Skyrim.
Stanley
Crosses
felt
over
the
into
cool
it, blacks
breeze
out, wakes
upon
up in the
his skin.
carriage.
The feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Was
Oh,
he though?
happy ending.
Was he though? Knowing that he's the only sole survivor from the mind control.
Well, I mean, just because it was the mind control doesn't mean the entire world, right? Oh god.
Did anybody else notice
All
that
of
on
his
that one where it
co-workers
said
were gone.
the end is
What
never
could
the
it
end is
mean?
never the end and never
Stanley decided
the
to go
end,
to the
and at
meeting
the very
room.
end of it
Perhaps
said
he
the
had
end
simply
is
missed the
loading.
memo.
And not.
Stanley went around touching every little thing
Did
in
you
the
touch
office. No matter
427?
how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a
No, that's
trace of his
437.
co-workers.
That's
I'll look into
my
that.
office.
Yeah. Go back to work, you lazy bum.
Oh, fuck you.
No, I'm serious. Go back in there and work.
It won't open.
You shouldn't have left then. That's what you get. You deserve to be blown up by a nuclear explosion.
Stanley clicked on literally
Hey, wait, what was that
every
door on the right
single
again?
door in the office.
No, the
because
left,
he doesn't
left,
pick up
left.
well on cues
Yeah,
from his
yeah.
environment.
Ah! New
Oh,
content.
good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Fuck him. Don't do it. It's not worth it. He blew your ass up. Alright, don't worry about what's happening. See this? See? The end is never the end is loading. Clay looks over to the left. I want to go to the left. Bucket? Bucket? No bucket. No!
You see, Stanley, I've
bucket.
been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which
Never mind,
is
he's gonna
why
fuck you.
I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Hey! Where's the bucket? Where's the fucking bucket?
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience,
Showcase.
built from the ground up.
Taste
Why
the
there's so many
sequel.
possibilities? It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
What's on the screen? What's on the screen? Ooh.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2
Ah.
is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think?
Ah,
Ultra
I wonder if it that way, though.
What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there.
The fact that
It's
this guy's just
future-oriented.
aimlessly
It
wandering
screams
through every door that
progress
just
and
magically
innovation
opens
and
on its own.
long-term
I'm sorry,
franchising
my little fat
potential.
ass will still be in the office like, no, I'm being a good boy. I'm punching the buttons. Red means no, green means go.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what
Please don't
exactly
blow me
the
up
Stanley
again.
Parable
That last
2 is
one
going to
hurt,
be.
it did.
But let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of
The bottom
naturally
two looks like my
spring up
handwriting.
around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy
Who took
magic
the red
than
marker?
anything
Wait,
scientific or
wait, did they
logical.
misspell the words on the board? Wait a minute. Design, pitch, design, number 2. Wait, number chat 2 or number 2 chat?
Number 2 chat, I think.
Sequels are good. Portal 2, Half-Life 2, Batman Arkham Asylum 2, City. Divinity, Original Sin 2, Doom 2, Aladdin 2, Return of Jafar.
Dark Souls 2.
What? Aladdin's a fucking movie, though. And it wasn't even that good. Ooh, what did that word say? 2 is a sequel to the Stanley Parable. Wait, hold on. I was fucking learning. Hold on. Okay. Where does it fucking start? Okay. The Stanley Parable 2 is the sequel to the Stanley Parable, is the prequel to the... Fuck it, my brain's frying. Error. I error coded.
Thank you.
Have you played this game, Rio?
The dog's fixing to get fucking attacked by the cat. I'll be right back.
Stuff around when one of the boxes got turned up.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Anything that is a small dark space.
Where she can hide herself.
Silly cat.
Yeah, Insurance bucket. Button that says name of the player that's playing the game.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game.
Oh, never mind, you're way too big, Clay. Let's see. Which button did it give you?
It's supposed to say
I gave you the fat boy button.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
Don't press it.
I want you to imagine.
Don't press it. Don't press it.
Whoa,
Don't press it, you
hold
pussy.
on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly role-play as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
let the magic happen
again, and this time let me finish first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Work your magic
now,
on me.
Allow yourself to become Jim. Imagine yourself driving to work as Jim.
Press the button!
All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you happy now? Get out of here. I'm done with this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on?
It's so funny to watch you get pissed.
Maybe I'll
imagine
only
if Clay was my narrator. Oh God, he'd fucking kill us both.
Would appreciate what I've created here.
Oh yeah, Sonny. Leo!
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley?
I heard him.
Yes, it will go at the end of the,
yeah,
well, we'll figure that out later.
Are you home?
He's making dinner. Yeah.
When you see him, tell him I said Leo.
Oh well.
I'm gonna cry.
He's not gonna hear me if I yell. And then
if you yell enough, he's gonna know. He's gonna hear something and be like, "What the fuck?" Start screaming. Ah! What is it? Some said Leo.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test trophy that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the trophy. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the trophy will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Okay.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the trophy is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Are they genuinely making a second one?
Yeah, they did already.
This is the second. The second one is in the first game.
Well, I made another one after this, didn't they?
What else?
No.
What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
I could have sworn I saw it. Do the infinite hole! Do the infinite hole! Wait, where's the bucket?
You're in that bucket.
Yeah, you gotta
Okay,
find
I'll
the
be
bucket.
honest, I haven't yet decided on
Hey,
this
Clay, they
one.
went to your office.
I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of
Wait, what
decoration.
did that say? Happy
like
12th
balloons.
birthday!
But I'm undecided on get well someday
Step niece, even.
and happy 12th birthday.
No, it says step
Which would you
niece.
go with?
Yeah, I said step-niece. Happy
Which
12th
one?
birthday step-niece.
Oh,
Get well
happy
someday.
birthday, obviously. Oh, never mind.
No, not that one. The white one.
Why's it gotta be white? Can you not pick the
'Cause it's
colorless
white.
one?
You know,
not
sometimes
color.
when you solicit another
White is
person's
absence of color.
opinion, it makes you
black.
realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday,
Really?
Step-niece, it is.
I won.
Lame.
Grab the balloon. Grab a balloon. Yeah. Yeah. Alright.
Or actually,
You're right, we must go into
maybe I should
more
have gone
important
with-
things.
No.
Where's the bucket?
I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Stanley, no, I've made my decision. We're moving on. Obviously, we're not. Ooh. Infinite hole. Infinite hole. Infinite hole. What?
Science. More. What the heck?
Educational use only.
More hole. There was an option there, too, for more hole.
It just keeps going. The fact that they put a loop in there, that was what's amazing.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if
Don't
you
jump
like.
yet. Don't
A
jump.
stunning
Don't
leap
jump.
forward for video games as a medium.
There went one of my top 3 fears.
The roof coming down on you?
Yes.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Don't press it.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on
Infinite
the
hole.
sooner rather than later spectrum of things. Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the
Look
hole.
down.
Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
Jeez.
Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the whole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the
I think we
teleport
both
button
said some
to walk
things
up
we
to the
didn't
top of the
say
hole
the
and we
same
can
shit.
move on. I'll just be up here.
There are
when you're
so many
ready.
fucking cigarettes down there. Justin's been over your house.
Really, look at the infinite hole.
It's not very infinite.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show
Do
you
it again.
even more of my ideas for the... Oh,
Do it again.
for heaven...
Yeah.
You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not... Oh, no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain
Oh, yeah?
that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here,
What?
let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there
And then
it
he
is.
leaves the room.
The shame of my lie has come to haunt me.
Wait.
Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of, how is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh.
If
who
only
am
you
I
could
to
crouch,
judge?
you'd be like,
You just do whatever it is you're
There
here
it
to
is.
do.
You're a
Hit
cat.
the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Wait.
Is the
It's not
teleport
working.
button not working?
Oh, it's not
You
working?
sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You
What?
couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone.
Clay has a problem,
You
fools.
get to be with the hole, I get to do literally
also.
anything else.
Leo.
Take care,
Leo!
Stanley. I hope you and the hole.
Yeah, there it is.
Bitch, come back!
No,
He left you in the
you
hole?
like the hole. I like the hole. The hole.
Get
was
out.
nice. It was safe though. Nothing.
Yes.
Sound.
Crouch more.
You gotta be like a cat. You gotta get like right up to the edge and just barely peek over it.
Oh.
Oh, wait.
Ah. Can you jump?
No.
Of course not. You could
Oh.
have jumped out of the hole if you could have jumped.
No, not out of that hole. It's an infinite hole. You can't jump out of that hole.
Oh, shit.
When Joker found the elevator to lead to the Batcave.
God.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Please no.
Did you hear my cup? Oh, good boogers.
How about we just leave it? Yeah, okay. No.
Change your perception. Fast, go fast, go fast.
Slowly.
Oh,
Hit the circle.
fucking rave! Where are my glow sticks? Change your oh, hell yeah!
Whoa.
This is what Eric experienced when he looks at flashing screens.
Oh my god.
Hey, footprints in the sand!
No!
Boogers! Boogers!
Change your
Oh! Tomo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Hey, big heads. Hey, there's people. Hello. That was Venus.
That.
Want to use your head, Clay? Oh, that's sperm.
microorganism sounding of sperm.
How do you know?
Said I don't think it was.
Oh, look! Bones! It's bones! Oh, God.
Okay.
Stanley?
What in the fucking Tim Burton is this? Jesus!
What?
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want
Okay.
to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole?
From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole. And I'm looking forward to all of them.
Said.
Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Toodle-pip. Cheerio, mate.
Okay, well, that's not moving. Oh. Took you away from the hole.
Oh, you got the infinite hole. Ending.
Now you are holeless.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Oh, look at the bucket! It's the bucket! Find the bucket!
Oh my god.
Find the bucket! It's like I said, find the bucket.
Yeah, that's kind of what it sounded like.
Hey, don't you make fun of my short stature.
The mostly infinite hole now.
You wanna go see it? I heard it's amazing. Oh, look up. No, look up. Up, no, to the left now. That was you a minute ago. What's to the right? Wait, you're not even looking at the pictures. You're so... Ooh.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't
that
want to
was
stifle
freaky
the
down the center. Go
intrinsic
back to
joy
Sam,
of
look.
watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell
Wait,
on with
stop,
your
look up. There's
unremarkable life.
oh, those are people. Oh, no.
Oh, that's disturbing.
Oh, no. Don't. Oh, shit. Why did I fucking scream like a bitch? It scared me. Leave me alone. Oh, fuck. Don't go back in there. Fuck you. Turn around. Fuck. Go back to the hole.
Really
It was safer in the hole.
collect everything in a video game, and then they give you a
Oh, wait,
big
does it say up there
fancy
on the
reward
mostly
for it?
infinite hole? There it is.
Absolutely tragic.
Fine. It ended.
I love you, Rio.
Oh, the jump circle.
You know what?
You can jump now.
Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well.
This would have been helpful
Oh,
in the
wait.
infinite hole.
You already
Okay,
signed all
we're
your
done.
jumps the first time we saw the jump circle.
What's wrong with my senpai?
Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a
I think
nice
he's about to get into the
decorative
YouTube
piece
till he eats
then.
his foods.
I don't have no more jumps remaining, so I can't jump anymore.
BRB.
Come on, Clay. I think you could hop to one. It wasn't even funny because Sonny wasn't here to enjoy it. Guess I'll just go run and jump off a
A
cliff.
common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that
Oh,
it
that was
engendered a chaotic sense of reckless
No.
despair in those who
The
played
bucket.
it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the
Bucket.
Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket.
Bucket!
You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true.
Yes.
As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on,
Give him the bucket!
give it a try.
The bucket.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just
very
holding it
charismatic.
has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
I'm content.
Does
now.
anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it
I see
isn't
that Clay
already.
found the bucket.
They found the bucket!
Damn it! I'll be back again.
Bye, have a wonderful time. Wait, what did that magazine say? No, the other one. That one, yeah. Oh, Investor Showcase. Never mind. Sorry. I thought it said invest in this. I don't know. That's why I was trying to figure out what it said. Oh, a map. Oh, you should press Q. It gives you a free trophy. See if you can click it. Go on, click it. Maybe not. Okay. You're here.
I want to go out the exit and seen everything that's in here.
Apparently not. What's that door go to?
That was the jump room.
Oh. 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 Did that come from the game, or is that my
Yeah,
headset?
it came from the game.
Okay, that was... Ugh. Oh, turn around. What was that in the corner? No, other corner of the room. All the way across the room. Right there. No, the dude scratching his head. I thought it was a mannequin. It scared me. I like mannequins. Fuck mannequins.
Why don't you like mannequins?
Ah, don't you worry about that. Like, I watched all of fucking Silent Hill and was great until them fucking mannequin nurses come out, and I was like, nope, fucking done. Fuck this game. Fuck the game. The movie come out, was like, no, fuck this movie. Oh, and was fucked up the first time I watched the Resident Evil movie. I watched it with the 3D headset on, like for the Samsung VR. That was a fucking mistake. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't go this way.
Free trophies to the left, though.
I've already went and did that.
It's not even going to be an actual trophy.
Told you. Free trophy.
What are you doing, Valadian? Ah, so you can get ready for your dentist appointment thingy tomorrow? Yikes.
What am I supposed to do now?
Oh, what does that say? No screenshots. Come on. You already went to the infinite hole.
I'm going to go back. I like the infinite hole.
I do like the infinite hole. It's a very good hole. It's a good hole.
What?
What does it say? Does it say mostly infinite now?
Yeah, it does. They updated it.
Mmm. Oh wait. Wait.
What? Fuck! What? What do you want me to look at?
Well, you know, if you're gonna be a butt about it, I'm just gonna be over here and be quiet now.
Okay.
I hope you drop the bucket. Sorry, I'm just kidding. I would never intend that to happen. Oh. That's different.
Ace looks like he wants company.
I feel like there was more in there you could have done. Clay's just gonna hop in the back of a moving fucking truck. I mean, a random person's
I'm trying
truck.
to figure out how to get the fuck out of here. The exit's blocked off.
No, it's not. It says exit to the left.
Oh wait, I thought this was blocked off. Okay.
You had dumb shit.
Leave me alone.
What does that sign say?
I'm going this way.
Hey, Clay, you should go that way.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Oh, what was that? What? You passed something on the ground.
Oh, look, another object I can't interact with.
Hope your bucket gets a hole in it. It's not infinite.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
But I already saw
that.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
It's like a third grader put it together.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything.
Look, it's
I
a
wanted
jump button
more
in
than
the
anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, this is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up.
Don't lose the bucket, by the way.
Go ahead. Take a look.
I think I lost the bucket. Wait, oh. What?
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where...
I don't have the bucket anymore. Okay, so now it's got all the new shit.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Is Office Worker 432's job just to sharpen pencils all day?
Where's the bucket, Clay?
Not my fault.
It's exactly your fault. Oh, the balloons. It's a balloon.
The bucket.
Happy
Stanley picked
the
up
bucket! All is well. Now go find the hole.
Oh, wait, I forgot about the hole.
Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Go right, go right, go right, go right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Nope, go straight. Go straight.
No, said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Oh, can you jump down?
Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley
Jump
did
down.
not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
I don't know what I'd be more worried about. The fact that I'm holding a bucket that's talking to me, or the fact that I'm talking to a
In here,
narrator.
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
After jiggling every handle on the door on the way.
Now pick up the phone,
Said the bucket.
pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
He just doesn't answer it. Unplugs the phone.
I tried to do that a while ago. It won't let you do
This
that.
is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a
Ooh,
time,
sad
I
story.
gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Yeah, because it's the bucket. The bucket of awesomeness. The door's open, Clay.
I wanted to hit. I just thought I could press the button.
Push the button. Must push the button. There's the bucket. There's the bucket. There's the bucket. No, there's the bucket. Little Stanley has me.
The Stanley
now.
Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
So it's coming from a guy speaking to him from his head. The bucket.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
I want to go back
Try
to work.
anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to
No,
me.
not listening.
It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
There it is.
already.
Don't listen to loud man. Don't rush to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still
Clay's
taking
like,
orders
oh, I
from the
found a
bucket.
fucking
You know,
hole.
once upon a time, it was me
Still
he took
taking
orders
orders
from.
from the
Me he
bucket.
trusted and listened
Yes,
to.
the bucket
Now, all
is-
he
don't
cares
question
about
the
is this
bucket. How
awful
dare you?
bucket,
Shame on you,
this
son.
stupid hunk of metal. It's
Hey,
sad.
look, first
I
off-
suppose he doesn't need me anymore.
No,
From now on,
no,
he's just gonna
no,
cling to
no,
this bucket,
no.
this cold,
All I'm saying is
empty
that
bucket, this
it's the
sort of
bucket.
shiny
You leave the bucket alone. The bucket is
Well, I'll give it
innocent.
this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
But what if the fox
See?
queen does not like the bucket?
No,
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection,
do believe
it doesn't
in
quite
the
look
fox
like
queen
your
and the
average
fox
hardware
sun
store
god.
bucket.
okay?
It's just a little
But
more,
the bucket
to say?
represents the innocence of the
Sturdier,
world.
more
It
capable
can be
of
carried,
transporting
lives
liquid.
filled with things.
Like it would be better at moving an
it
amount
can
of
also be
water
broken.
from one room to another.
But it can also be broken. You know what else can be broken? Your face. Let me finish.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to
The
room.
bucket.
It's
Oh,
a
dude.
bucket.
Oh,
It's
no, the
literally
bucket.
just a bucket. Why do I feel
really
some need to
wants
point
that
out the ways in which it's
Don't
so much
abandon
more
your
than just a
fucking
regular
love
bucket?
of your life. How dare you? He smashes his head into the desk. Thunk. Yes.
Oh no. I'm having feelings. For the bucket. Oh, no,
Yes.
no. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't
you deny
understand.
what's happening.
Perhaps if I had the
fucking
bucket,
enjoy
this
it,
would be
Clay,
less
you lucky
confusing.
bastard.
Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket,
my
Stanley.
bucket.
I need it. Give it to me now. Give it all.
Close your eyes. He took the bucket. You know he did.
Back to work, Stanley.
But the bucket.
The end is loading. Bucket! Bucket!
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Oh my gosh.
Stanley clutched the
Go right.
bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Go right, go right. God
This
damn it,
was
stop,
not
shut up, I was
directly
doing that
to the
even
meeting
way.
room, but
Oh,
Stanley had
I
felt
was
the bucket
just-
calling to him,
I can't
telling
control
him
it, so
that the
there, leave me alone.
employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Wish I had a bucket to hold. So
bucket.
lucky.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Game.
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
No! The elevator. Right.
Alright, take it easy, William.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Oh.
Okay.
Why is there a
You see,
giant cardboard
your
cut out of
friends
a
and I are
baby?
concerned for you, Stanley.
Fresh stuff on
We've
the
come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from the sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it.
Clay,
Don't you want another
Clay,
story involving
me,
the
go back
Adventure
to the-
Line?
go back
We
to
could
the
make
fence.
the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want.
No,
Let's do
no,
it.
no, wait, go back to the fence first, please.
What
You're gonna
fucking
enjoy
fence?
this. The fucking fence right there. Now turn around, and look at the yellow line. in my best Wizard of Oz voice.
Oh
Follow
my
the yellow brick
fucking
road.
God.
Follow the yellow brick road.
Yes.
Stop.
Yeah. Follow the yellow brick road. You follow the copyright.
Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
It's TM.
Yeah, I was gonna say, why does it have a TM? Marching in the Russian army.
Wow, this is awful.
I'm doing this on purpose. Squat over now.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley's addicted to drugs and hookers.
What?
It's as classic as it was back
what?
then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give
Desolation!
something up.
You might still be loading.
He's here somewhere. Desolation, can you hear me? There we go. Follow the yellow brick road. Follow the yellow brick road. If ever there was a bucket
Don't
for
you get
me,
it,
I'd
Stanley?
carry it around.
We need to
happily
get
with
rid of
glee.
the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the
And
Bucket
we'd make all
Destroyer.
kind of bucket babies.
Oh, this is the Bucket Destroyer.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's
should've
been
followed the
part
red
of the
brick
cast
road.
all along. Don't you agree?
This one was a lie.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you.
Another day.
Go ahead,
No.
Stanley.
No.
Say goodbye to the bucket.
Not the
and
bucket.
then pop it into
no.
the machine when you're ready.
The bucket manatee.
Bucket manatee. I
Now
don't
listen to
know.
me.
We've had him
It's
examined
crucial
3
that you
times. We
get it
still
the
haven't
bucket.
figured it out.
I don't know what the bucket destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying
We're
buckets
fixing to
is all it
fucking find
knows.
out.
That is its
Clay loves that
singular
bucket.
personality
Bucket loves
trait.
him.
Sure, I can hear you saying,
you can
how
throw the
does a
bucket.
character with
It's
only
free.
one personality trait deserve
Throws
to
the
join
bucket
the
outside.
pantheon of
Save
beloved
yourself!
Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the bucket
Just
destroyer,
remember,
you would see that
I
its
love
desire
you.
to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality
This
traits.
bucket
What
is-
other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of
Throw
bucket
that bucket in
destroyer
there. That's a
merchandise
whore
the
bucket.
fans
It
will be
deserves to die.
clamoring for after this. Okay, the bucket destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and
Destroyer's
feed it.
getting
We
very
can't get
upset.
back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans
Oh,
what they
damn, they're
want.
not your only
Hurry.
You're
fans.
sitting in a corner with your bucket. You're like, no, it's in my bucket.
Like,
It probably does.
Why does
There
it sound like the
was-
Halo music?
The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential.
You didn't
We
be
were going
going
to
to
do such
bed.
marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now.
Monster Hunter
We're-
World
Goodbye,
Report.
new friend.
I'm watching Clay
For the moment in time that
play
you
with
were
himself
here,
in the bucket.
you were magnificent.
Well, it would have been hard to tell you everything from text, so now that you're here, we can talk about it. Yeah, same.
All of his co-workers
Chaos
had
says she's been
gone.
trying to get a hold of
What
you.
could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I didn't say she was messaging you. She was
Ah,
trying to get a hold
The
of you.
confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Well, more like she saw that you would join the group or whatever, and then she couldn't, but when she joined the group, you didn't show up, that kind of thing. Because she starts the parties
Stanley
frequently
clutched
in
the
here.
bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on
You
his
know
left.
which way to go, Clay. Yeah.
You guys have just been missing each other.
Ah.
That's why I said she's been trying to get a hold of you. You know. Gross.
Oof.
You're so close to the...
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's
your
warmth
salary?
and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Gross.
Hey, wait, Clay. Look at that clearly and carefully. Watch this. Let it go back to
Nice.
the tips on how not to get fired. You need to pay close attention to that.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that,
no,
can't
no.
you? The aura of
I mean-
jealousy. It's as clear as day. This
I don't
broom
know.
closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here.
You can
It's
go ahead and
supposed to
create
go
one.
with
I'm
the
not
other
in
cleaning
yet.
supplies.
I'm still doing
Good
some
for you,
nibbles.
Stanley.
Go
Don't give
get the
in.
cleaning
Don't
supplies.
hand over the
I
bucket.
will be on
I know
short
how
leave.
hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is
You
your
don't have to
bucket.
say it to anything.
This is your
Just-
companion
nobody
and
ever talks
lifelong
to
friend.
like,
Can't have
chat
You're a
messages.
lover.
Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand
Well,
over the
I
bucket?
think you'll
Stanley,
have to-
I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons.
Oh, the
Even
long
this
sword?
is worse
Nice.
than I had
I
imagined.
started with two.
And wait.
Rio?
Now the broom
Do you
closet
remember
has
the
the
first
gall to
mission he
imply
asked to do by
that
himself?
you and the bucket are not truly
I
deep and
believe
lasting
so.
friends.
He has to go through
That
some
your
really like
relationship is
tutorial
purely
and basic
superficial and convenient,
instruction
that your
stuff.
life is so
Yeah, yeah,
banal
just go
and
to the
meaningless
quest.
that you'd feel
Your
the
handler
same sort of
person and-
kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner. Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the
Oh, it
broom closet off
absolutely
for its
is.
demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you
that
and the
mean?
bucket have shared together.
Japanese
Go
role-playing
through each
games.
of them
So for
point
Japanese
by
role-playing
point.
games, a lot
Share
of
your
them
journal
are
entries
they have a
detailing the
unique
rich
flavor to
emotional
them, and
landscape of
Monster
your
Hunter
feelings
World's
for
a
the
really
bucket
good
as
example
they
of
have
it.
changed and evolved over
Typically-
the years. Let him have it.
Yep.
Oh.
Super in-depth leveling design, usually a lot of stuff to do, and with not a whole lot of tutorials.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Stanley and the Bucket. We need to make a show called Stanley and the Bucket.
Oh, hey. I would watch
You
it.
found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Why does the Stanley figurine have a sad face?
Because he's not holding a bucket.
But Stanley just couldn't do it.
Well,
He
he's
considered the
not.
possibility
Also, why
of
is there a
facing his
car in
boss,
the corner?
admitting he had left his post during
It
work
made me
hours.
sad, too,
He might be
looking at
fined
him.
for
He looks-
that.
he looks so
And in
lonely
such a
there. Let it-
competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he
Looks so
believed
lonely there
everyone had
without a
vanished. His boss would
bucket.
think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned
asked
his
the bucket.
gaze, but said nothing at all. That's
Return
strange,
his
Stanley
gaze, though?
thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me.
Yes, bucket. Am I crazy?
Such
No,
as
you're not
these.
crazy at all.
He held the bucket close,
Thanks,
yet
Bucket.
felt none
That's
of
why
its
I love you,
familiar
kisses the
reassurance
bucket.
and comfort. And that's when
Has
Stanley
a romantic
realized,
evening with a bucket.
this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket.
Makes
Bucket
Someone
love to the
else's
bucket. Has
perhaps.
beautiful
How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all
Pails.
terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who
Little
knows what
bucket
sorts of
with pails.
bizarre
Little-
hallucinations
little
Stanley might
bucket.
Where'd the bucket
experience
go?
without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket.
I looked away for a second, Clay. What the
Disappeared.
fuck?
He noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he
Left the
felt
bucket
himself
behind.
floating
He's
off
moved
the
on to
ground.
broom.
He exclaimed. Without
You
my
don't know
bucket,
what this
I've
bird
gone
can do for
truly
me.
mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard.
She lights up my
calling to
life.
him.
Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were
Bucket!
his. None of them were
That's
his.
not the
bucket.
bucket.
Come
I do have to
me,
say sex with lamp is
Stanley.
electrifying.
Find me.
He had
What
to
the
find the
hell?
bucket.
Wait.
He had to return
Why
to
does that
his
bucket have two
It was
handles?
the only way to truly restore his
I don't
sanity.
know.
And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice
It's
of
a
the
trans
bucket had
bucket.
been coming from. The real bucket.
She's the shareable
was
one.
inside
The
of
real
him
bucket
all
was
along.
inside him all along.
It was incredible. Stanley doubled over.
Actually,
in
no.
agony.
Wouldn't a bucket with two handles like to be double teamed?
But they were weird. They were like in the crisscross pattern. Like they were connecting
This
each
is the
other.
story.
Oh,
of a
so they're
woman
freaky.
named
Got it.
Mariella.
Right.
Mariella woke up
That
on a
was
day
clearly
like
not
any
his
other.
bucket.
She arose,
What? Who's
got
this?
dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place at work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had
dies.
stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no
That
bucket.
horse stole his bucket.
Of course, he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about
Say the
a
word,
narrator
Clay. I'll
describing
have her
all of
ended
his
right here,
actions
right
and
now.
how everything is predetermined.
I love
and
how
free
they
will is an
reused this
illusion,
ending.
and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his
I won't give it.
bucket
I'll give it
away.
away if you haven't seen it yet. But yeah,
Perhaps he
this
didn't
is definitely a
realize
reused
He'd forgotten
ending.
his bucket at home in the first place.
Oh no,
How
we've already.
cruel the world can be, Mariella thought.
You've seen this
And she
ending
hugged
before?
her own bucket.
Without the bucket.
Yeah.
Of
Yes.
course, she had
I went
no
through it a
choice.
while ago.
There were
While
a
y'all were
myriad of
gone.
confusing problems
Ah,
she
okay.
would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute
Yeah,
guidance
welcome
and
to the
total
first
clarity
mission.
on everything. Heck yes, she thought. My life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way.
Clay
down.
left
Post
the
him and nobody
bucket.
can join you.
Clay left the bucket for his ex.
So
Leo.
this, of course he did.
His
So
right hand.
this, Des. So this game is kind of a soft multiplayer game. So you can
How
do
long was
missions
I
by
sitting
yourself.
there?
But if
Stanley
you're in a
wondered to
lobby
himself.
where you post the
Minutes?
mission, people can join
Days?
in on you.
Centuries?
You also have the
Did
option
something
while in the
crucial
mission
happen
to,
while my
to
senses were
pop
turned?
something known as an
He may
SOS
have
flare,
to be more careful
which
what
allows
you
other
do
people
from
to,
now on.
which allows people to join in on you on like an emergency.
However, there are instances where you cannot use an SOS,
Yeah.
like if you're forced
Stanley went
into
around
a part
touching
of the quest
every
of an
little thing in the
expedition.
office, but it didn't
Or
make a
something.
single
Currently
difference.
looking for
Nor
the cutscene.
did it advance
Is
the
what I
story in
can't
any
say.
way. Warmth spread through Stanley's arms.
It's worse than
With the
Clay.
bucket in his
It's
arms
almost as
again,
bad as
he
Clay
was
losing his
home.
bucket. You found the bucket!
Stanley clicked on literally every single door in the office
Makes such a good
because he
customer.
doesn't pick up well on cues from his environment.
You didn't need your right hand, Clay. Fuck that bitch. I mean, not figuratively.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the
He'll be
door on
fine.
his
They're just
left.
Cassidones.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the
He
bucket
does.
calling to him, telling him that the
Oh my
employee
gosh,
lounge
don't
was
get
simply
that
the
juju.
place to be.
The Castodon just fucking annihilates him.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on
Headbutts
his
him.
left to go back.
Headshot.
Road will be our soon, Rio.
No,
Said
Here
the
soon?
bucket.
Okay.
don't go to the meeting room.
Oh,
Go
I
somewhere
hear a little
else.
one
The
talking.
cargo lift, yes. Go
Fucking
there.
just like that
Go to the
moss whining
cargo
and
lift.
dining.
They're like
But
actually
Stanley
right here.
feared that any path he walked
okay.
might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might
Be right
die
back.
in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Well,
Leo,
if you
come
didn't
back.
save it when you did it, then because it has some autosave features, but
All of his co-workers were gone.
if you join a
What could
session
it
without
mean?
saving, or
Stanley
like when you try to
decided
join
go
on
to
me
the
or
meeting
whatever or
room.
something,
Stanley picked up
it
the
may
bucket
have
and smiled. He'd never
made
be
you go
alone
back.
again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
I had this issue when I first started, so.
Wait, what?
Sonny, broke my
What?
game.
Broke your game.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest
Why?
and entered the door on his
I
left.
didn't mean to.
This was not
what'd
the
you
correct
do?
way to the meeting room. But
So see,
Stanley
what had
felt
happened
the
was
bucket
is
calling to
we
him,
got this new
telling
mod.
him that
It's
the
like a
employee lounge was
Ch-
simply the place
Cherokee,
to be.
not the
And
Grand
here it
Regular.
was. Had the bucket turned out
And,
to be correct?
um,
No, never mind.
There's an option to add
bucket
like
was
Super
wrong.
Swamper lift kit to it,
Stanley took
and when
the
it
door on
does,
his left
it
to
makes
go
the
back
Jeep
to the meeting room.
jump in the air. But if you quickly switch back,
No,
it's like it has
said the
hydraulics.
Don't
And
go
so
to
I
the
slowly
meeting
worked
room.
my
Go
Jeep
somewhere
out
else.
of
The cargo lift, yes.
figurative
Go. Good.
warehouse
said
it's
the
in,
bucket.
and now I
ride
can't
the
see what
lift
I'm
all
doing.
the way to the top.
And it won't let me back
There's something
out.
up there
I don't know what
need
to
you
do.
to do.
I'm
Stanley
freaking
did
out.
not
I need a
question
bucket.
why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had
Nope.
spoken to him, and he unthinkingly
Just
did
go find a place to
whatever
stand.
the
That's not
bucket
good.
asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no
Ooh, I don't
buckets
need
past
those.
this
Back up,
point.
back up.
Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your
Oh, I don't
understanding
like
of
this
what
color.
is and
Called
isn't
toothpaste.
a bucket. Please,
Longer.
step in here for a moment. Now then, I'm going to run you through some
There's
test
somebody in this
scenarios,
session called
and you'll
Harry
tell me
Butt.
whether or not the
That's
thing I'm showing
disgusting.
you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about
Don't
what
touch
is
Harry
or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Item 3.
No, Dad, don't get the
Is this a
gun.
bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket.
He goes to his room, grabs a shotgun. Who's the bitch now?
Feed your head.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Hey, look.
Are you
I didn't know you were
hallucinating?
playing.
This is a tractor. It's an
America.
enormous
Bucket
machine
simulator.
that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up?
what that name
Absolutely
became, Bucket Simulator.
incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
I would play it.
I'm sure you would.
Is
I
this a
would. How
bucket?
dare you say that I wouldn't?
I said I'm sure you would.
Correct.
What?
This is a bucket. Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless... Is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
I don't know which one.
What is it? Wait, I wasn't looking. What happened?
Is that me? Do you think everything's a bucket?
No, only the buckets are buckets.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had
I
to
can
begin with.
ease your pain.
I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I
Yes,
can't
you are a
have that.
bucket.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
Wait, he's taking all buckets from the game away entirely? No, my bucket!
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket?
Yes.
My God, I had no idea. How could... Except me.
Took
I'm
it
not
away.
a bucket after all. And you, Stanley,
Fucking monster.
you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Poor Clay got his bucket taken away from him. Joke's on you. I am an idiot.
and lots of boxes. We're both red and blue. Nearby fireplace, private but small place for an important person. Larger, lots of boxes. I don't know what larger and lots of boxes was.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Just gotta find their weak spots, that's all. Good job.
Does the thing just vibrate and play music and not actually move? Okay, it doesn't move. Okay, so the elevator doesn't work. Gotcha.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would. And but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I'm surprised that an ogre didn't try to eat you.
He hasn't
Okay,
quite
I'm
fully
going back to
noticed
the
me
name
yet.
of these little
Not super
Stanley
happy I'm here,
figurines,
though.
and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Yes.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Oh.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Yep. I join. You don't have to do anything.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
I didn't think he'd let me join you, but it said, hey, yeah. I'm like, oh, cool.
The door behind them was not shut.
Well,
Stanley and the
conversation
bucket
then.
still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Sure, let me just eat food first. You should always eat a meal before you eat.
I haven't found the hole yet.
Yeah. That's what he said. She was very disappointed.
Oh, wow. Burrito.
Should have stayed with the bucket.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're
All
about to be
honestly,
crushed to
Grit
death?
Jagger's greatest
This is what
weakness is
Stanley
you just
thought to
playing the
himself,
game.
and he sort of kicked himself for wasting
Yeah,
so
for
much
real.
time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
Sure.
What about my life?
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
I'm sorry to say, Clay, but according to this story, you're insignificant to the bucket.
Welcome to the
Oh, where
grand
is it?
exhibit. You are standing at the purposes of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within, a carnivorous void. But though use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full of enriched and substantive knowledge of the bucket, and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? God damn it, why can't I fucking read? I can't read out loud. Will you accept with all the open mind that may be challenging?
Can you use to read out loud?
Yeah. Change the lives of yourself and your loved ones. And as a result of this exhibit, you...
Look at tracks when you find
Oh,
them.
or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were in ignorance and darkness?
Oh, I found it.
Can
Yeah,
you see
I'll
how
track and
arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you
Or the
see that
tracks
the
I might be
bucket
taking
is
this one.
far more noble than Stanley will ever be
Oh,
in
hi,
his
guy.
short life?
The bucket with two handles.
All hail the mighty bucket.
I didn't one-shot anything.
Bucket.
It's very much alive. They have a considerable amount of health.
Not as much as you will think. Not at that rank. I think his health is probably 300 to 400 max. It's not a lot.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Hanging bucket.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
God damn.
So you just sacrificed yourself for the bucket.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
Look at that, you broke something.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
So we're both red and blue in a large room, lots of boxes.
They're stabbing his eye out. It's fine.
I can't go in the blue closet no more.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Oh, look, he's limping.
Here's the door, just go.
You're welcome. You get more materials for captured.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Well, he's captured, so you get all the material just automatically. But if it was dead, you just...
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television
start
screens.
carving into it.
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself.
Oh.
Did he have the strength to find out?
Well, I think I'm gonna tap out for the night myself.
Alright, man, you have a good
Now
one.
the monitors jumped to
Yep,
life,
y'all
their
too.
true nature revealed.
Take it easy, Tom.
Each
Bye.
bore the number of an
Bye,
employee in the
Leo.
building.
Bye.
Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen. And Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was
Also,
too
don't forget
horrible to
pet your
believe
food
it couldn't be
when you
true.
get back to the
Had Stanley
trade
really
yard
been
and
under
stuff.
someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was
There's a
happy
little
with his
pig wandering
boring job?
around.
That his
It's called
emotions had
Boogie.
been manipulated to
pet it.
accept it blindly?
And you stop petting it right as the exclamation point pops over its head. It'll give you stuff.
No,
Actually, grab my bucket
he
on the way here.
refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable.
You pick
Wasn't
it up
it?
after you've
Was
stopped
it even
petting
possible?
it and you carry it over
He
to the
truly spent his
the guy in
entire
the
life
middle
utterly
until you feel a
blind to
vibration
the
and then
world. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Your Pelico's the cat. The cats can have different gadgets later on. Give them do different things. Like Chica, she drops traps and shit. And then she's also got another tool called the Plunder Blade that
Blackness.
drops
And a rising chill of
trade-in items and
uncertainty.
stuff off of monsters that you can sell
Was
for
it
money.
over?
And then another one that she can make decoys with.
Yes! He had won!
I'm sure right
He
now.
had defeated the machine,
One where she gets a horn and she
unshackled
can play,
himself from
music
someone
and get some
else's
buffs.
command.
That's my favorite.
Freedom was mere moments away.
Oh yeah, and then the Meowtalk.
And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers
Yeah.
gone? How
Meridian
had he
uses
been
the
freed
hunting
from the
horn.
machine's
He likes it.
grasp?
But
What
your
other
cat
mysteries
can
did this
have a horn
strange
as well
building
that she
hold?
plays.
But
When he
as
plays,
sunlight streamed
and,
into the chamber, he
it'll
realized
buff your
none of this
attack or
mattered to
your
him.
defense or
For
give
it
you
was
certain
not knowledge
things.
or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know.
Yeah, when you get back
It was
and you're down
perhaps
at the main
the
area
only
where there's all
thing
these
worth
like
knowing.
looks like a giant marketplace.
Stanley
There
stepped
should be a
through
pig
the
wandering
open
around
door.
called Poogie. So then you just pet him. And then it'll
Stanley
an
felt the
exclamation
cool
point.
breeze upon his skin.
And as soon as you see that
The
stop,
feeling of
yep.
liberation, the immense possibility of the new path
He probably is
before
jumping
him.
around all happy and shit.
This was
So
exactly
once
the
he settles
way,
down,
right now,
press X
that
again
things
onto
were
him,
meant to happen.
pick him up, and then carry him
Stanley
around the trade
was
yard
happy.
until you feel your controller vibrate. And when you feel the controller vibrate, put him down, and he'll go over and he'll dig up something and give it to you.
Wait, what? Everything's... Oh, look at it.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on
Yep,
his left.
and then he'll sit up on his back legs, and then you walk over to press X, and then say that he gives you whatever he gives you. The steel eggs you can sell at the stockpile guy, who's staying on top of all those boxes and shit. And you can sell those to him. Yeah, and
So, and then they'll be selling items from box.
Oh, Stanley.
And then the shortcut to
you
sell
feel
traded
it?
items is
The
triangle.
broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I changed Bacon's outfit, Rhea.
I love that outfit.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an
I
emotional
would also
dumpster fire,
recommend not
if not for
selling
the soothing
anything
presence
except
of the
the
bucket.
eggs and the trade-in
Even
items
now,
that you get.
in his darkest of
Just
hours,
because
did the
you'll probably
bucket's
end up
warmth
using a
and
lot of
guiding light
material you get from
pierce the
monsters.
dark clouds of confusion? But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
Really, Clay should be
Yes,
explaining
this
all
is certainly the most logical explanation.
Why? Because we're just as sufficient at the game as he is.
I
Yeah.
guess that's true.
Y'all come a long way. I'm proud of y'all.
Thanks.
When you're standing at the top of the world, just remember who got you there.
I mean, you got me kind of partway up the hill, then you just left.
Stanley and the
help most
bucket
of
walked
all.
straight ahead through the large door that read
Honestly, Diane
Mind
contributed more
Control
with her support than you
Facility.
did.
I wonder what he's doing.
I'm sorry I have a
The lights
job.
rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
I have a job too.
What horrible secret did
I'm
this
sorry
place
that my
hold?
job, I
Stanley
end
and
up
the
working
bucket
at the
both
same time
wondered to
y'all are not
themselves.
working.
Well,
I'm sorry that my schedule doesn't line up to be there 100% of the time.
good if you stayed up longer.
And then I'd sleep all day, and then immediately when I wake up, I'd have to go to work, and then I'd just be miserable. But I'd be
It's
more
called a
miserable.
life adjustment.
No, you can be slightly less or more miserable.
Oh wow.
Well, see, that was a choice.
Don't let your
Monitors
wife hear
jumped
that.
to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like
If he
guinea
wasn't
pigs.
miserable, would she be doing her
The
job?
bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Shame on you.
It's a joke. I'm
Was
pretty sure
the
he loves
bucket
his
under
life.
the mind control
Loves his
facility's
wife.
influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of
I'll remember
things
these
does a
things
bucket
for when you
want to
eventually
do or
potentially
not want
find
to
a
do
woman.
in the first place?
I'll make sure that she knows
These
what she's getting
questions
into.
raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
I have everything I need. I have me and my bucket.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Trust no one except for the bucket.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool
eggs
way,
and any other
and the
traded
bucket
items that
made
you
a
probably
sassy
don't have
comment
right now.
about taking down the system.
Won't worry
But
about
at the
that.
last second,
So,
the bucket jumped in and
essentially,
pressed
the
the
eggs
button
are
to
gonna be
turn
at the
on the
very,
controls. Stanley
on the
gasped
very last
in
page,
horror. Had
and
this
probably
been
the
the
very
bucket's
last
plan
item
all
in your
along?
item box.
To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
It'll be okay. It all falls into place eventually.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after
I mean, I've
another,
never played a game
and then
like
it
this
dawned
until
on him.
this. So
This wasn't a mind
I
control
adjusted.
facility at
I
all.
believe you can.
It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world.
Did you eat
The
first?
mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions.
Here, I will
Had the
pay
bucket
for your
known this
food.
all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his
Well,
hands, the one who had pointed him towards this
Just have-
incredible discovery.
Maybe I didn't.
Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest
Oh, I
birds
said no.
imaginable.
I'm glad I said no then.
Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
And then I'll get Chica's gadget set to the plunder blade.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory.
Where is
What
the
did it look
place
like?
here that I can
There was a
change
computer,
something?
perhaps, and a painting. Was it a
There's
painting
the other guy,
or a
huh?
photo? He could no longer recall.
Wait, room with all the boxes. Figure somewhere.
Have you moved on to the boxes now? No more buckets?
I'm looking for the figure.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Dropped his sandwich stuff.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come
damn
together
it, I'm
here
just
because we
looking for the
care
other
about you
figure.
very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't
that all
even
you
from
need
the
is the
original
last
Stanley
one?
Parable. It's
I need
just
2
sequel
more.
content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from
Yeah,
a
I'm just
sequel.
realizing
They
they
want
put, like, a
more of their
Kodachi tail
favorite
on the
jokes,
Kodachi
not this
armor.
bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
What?
Easy.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as
Wait, a
well.
room with a bunch of boxes. Figurine's gotta be here.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue? Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
Yeah.
That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket.
Oh, it won't let me throw away the bucket.
Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it.
I'm trying to throw away the bucket, but it won't let me.
Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, you probably have to go discover it in Siege.
The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
There's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
The embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
Yeah, you can kick those, they'll paralyze you. Same thing with the sleep toads, or whatever the heck they call those ones. You can kick those, they'll put you to sleep if you don't get out of the way.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Hey, you get those stuffs, Rio.
I will.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Me.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
I think he might be standing next to the vines you're supposed to climb up, potentially. I think you're probably close. I wish I could look at the map. What sector is that camp?
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support. What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Probably, yeah.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I don't know where this other collectible is.
You can do Clay, I believe.
Stepping into his manager's... Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all. Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Are you?
What are you doing?
Good, said the
I'm also
bucket.
relaxing.
Now ride the lift.
Oh,
But Stanley
I found
feared
it.
that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket,
But I
his
died.
dearest friend.
Well. Oh, jeez.
Wait, Stanley thought to
That's
himself.
disturbing.
Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
Oh, she looks so cute.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so
I feel like her
magnificent.
nose
Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
could be a little less brown.
Yeah.
Stanley
Close
clutched the
as I
bucket
can get it to
tightly
look
to his...
like her.
This was not
'Cause I wanted the
correct way
darker
to
face
meeting
and the
room.
brown
But
stripes on
Stanley
the
had
leg, but it
felt
wouldn't
the
let me.
bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The
Where are you
bucket
running
was
from?
wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting
Oh,
room.
and Anjanette?
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler
Wonder.
Anarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the
Hang
sense
on,
that we
let's see
used to
if
have
I
none
can
of
do
them.
anything.
And now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler Anarines. None of us can. But Stanley...
No quests. I guess you're still technically in an expedition.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it.
I don't know if
he
you can
checked
pop
over his
the
shoulder now,
SOS
he
flare
would
right
surely
now. You
catch them.
probably
It was only a
can't,
matter of
but
time.
if you can get into the pause menu, well, it's not a pause menu, but you know, get into options and look for the SOS option.
Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace, protective yet delicate, assertive yet compassionate. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
So we're both red and blue.
Yeah, let's see. Meh.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket
Anything you need
walked
to do, Rio?
upstairs to the boss's
Not
office.
really. Kind of just a relaxation mood tonight, so I'm just.
But
down for
Stanley
whatever
just
TV.
couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing
you
his
don't
boss,
wanna
admitting
go
he
and
had
do your
left
next
his
story
post
mission?
during work hours.
Not really.
He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk?
Meanwhile,
All because
Clay's
he
just
believed
walking around with a
everyone
bucket
had
still.
vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these.
God damn it.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a
I don't know
memo.
how to do that.
Stanley's bucket. The
Suppose
only
I had the
co-worker he would ever truly need.
purposely set up.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Oh my
This
gosh,
was
I
not
can't
the
look at
correct
that.
way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here
Hey.
it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No,
Why?
never mind.
I don't know why it
The
says
bucket
that.
was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Somewhere red and blue. Where have I been this red and blue?
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
To
The
be
cargo
or not
lift,
to be?
yes. Good,
You're
said the
like an
bucket.
undead
Now
king
ride
there,
the lift
sir.
all the way to the top. There's something up
goes.
there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Interesting.
Now pick up the phone, said the bucket. Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
That. Oh.
Where's the last one?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Doesn't do anything.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Is Stanley, without the bucket, really Stanley at all? No, no, surely not. Stanley
Is there a
clutched
way
the
to
bucket
manage
tightly to
these?
his chest and entered the door on his left.
Yeah, you can customize your radial menu.
Maybe it's the elevator. I've been in the elevator yet with the bucket.
God, it's a powerful pose that you're doing.
Thank you.
I just love watching the cat do
Coming
it,
to a
too.
staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Chica. Could always go do like a random event thingy.
Like what?
Oh. We could go and catch penguins.
I mean, sure.
Sure. I don't know, 7 probably.
Wait, is that a picture of someone shooting a polar bear? Not polar bear, a panda?
Looks like it.
Business, what? Strategy.
It's on road. yeah, that was right. I thought I was running into a wall. Cross the bridge without getting noticed. Maybe they're down in that cave.
Loving that narrow trough.
Only very small creatures. I believe it.
Yeah.
If you're using the capture net and you're aiming at some and it doesn't turn
Stepping
orange,
into
it's
his
probably
manager's
too big.
office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
Where else is this back here? Oh, look.
Huh? Did
Now
I
we can
break
start
the game
digging.
somehow?
Never noticed all this back here. That's a cool little chasm thing. Huh. I wonder if we individually have to capture 8 of them, or if we only have to capture 8 as a whole.
I think the 8 as a whole if we play on the same mission together.
Ah, I see Mochi. Wogs.
Oh, this is new.
I do protect.
Okay.
Last I saw a bunch of them, they were like
You are
right up
now
on the
leaving.
ice over here. This is where Saltwater's penguins. Mature.
It's kind of interesting. I'm having a hard time finding them just on the map.
Well, I wouldn't put us here if there weren't any. I think it's kind of like the hares and stuff, though. I don't think the hares and things show up on the map. I think only the bigger stuff does.
Well, this should count as endemic life, but I can't seem to find them.
Like I said, they wouldn't put us here if there weren't any, so...
I don't know.
Well...
I don't think any of the monsters you fight heal. What the fuck happened? I stopped moving. That's what happened. Why am I caressing a bucket?
Why are you caressing a bucket?
I don't know, but I am caressing a bucket.
Because you're a psycho, that's why. Need to think before I have it loose.
The fuck?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, my bucket's gone now. It's no longer able to get it because I let it escape.
You let the bucket escape.
Yeah, I put it in a shaft and it launched up out of the facility, and then I started the game over. Now my bucket's not on the pedestal like it used to be.
Oh, no bucket.
Oh, this is different. Okay.
I've never seen penguins in a cave before.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Oh, hi.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone...
What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through
There it
the red
is.
door. And there it is. The
Area
last
7 and
Stiggly
9
Wiggly.
and 12.
Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
West, go to area 12, and go down and position yourself near the stairs leading the rear of the broken ship. Oh yeah.
I think I found all I can find. I don't think there's much left in
12.
here.
Okay.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7 if we're lucky. Look at how cute they are.
Alright.
Oh, there's one right there too. Got one.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley
Did we do
was,
it?
thank
Yep.
God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see
Where
that
you
I
guys going?
really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices.
Oh,
the two
you
of us
go into
always
the
trying
water.
to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop.
I wonder if you get to keep.
We would both
do.
be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have
Well,
a
now
solution.
you have penguins, Rio.
Here,
Yep.
let me
More
show
penguins.
you.
I've had some before. What do penguins tickets do?
Do what?
Penguin tickets. I don't know what they do.
Don't either.
Go talk to Miss Smith and find out.
Hey, guy, do something with these penguin tickets.
What penguins do
Maybe you
come
can
up?
have a
What do
penguin
we
head or something
want?
weird like that.
What are we looking for?
Oh, look, we each got 4.
Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Yeah, you can get a mask.
That's kind of terrifying. Nothing beats the Wiggler, though.
Nope.
No, wait. Where are you going? Oh, no.
Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
Yeah, it seems there's layered armor as well. Just kind of see what's been updated.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing. Good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there, hmm? Just stay here.
That was boring.
No! What did we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here. You heard me before, didn't you? You will die! What about this isn't getting through to you?
We should be able to help you in your next one once you see a cutscene, I think.
No! Oh, thank God. You lived. No. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that? My God. Is this really how much you dislike my
just
game?
wander around
That you'll throw yourself
like
from
that,
this
like...
platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy.
You have to go to the canteen.
Am I reading the situation correctly?
And then you press X. The stump.
Or maybe you're just getting a
chair.
kick out of it.
Yeah, like when
I
you go to
don't
the
know
canteen,
anymore.
you see a
I just
cat
wanted us
over
to
there
get
next
along.
to a bunch of food.
But I
behind,
guess that was too
like,
much to ask.
a giant stone
It
counter.
looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Yeah, but so like they should be like essentially behind what looks like a giant table. Do you see any
Is it over?
stump like
It's going to
chairs
restart,
on the
isn't
other
it?
side of the tables?
I'm going
Across
back.
from the cats. Okay. Usually if you do, well, actually, whatever you have access to. You bored, Rio?
Let's see what happens.
Stanley, I'm sorry,
tired.
but I
I'm
have to
gonna
put a
hop off of
pause
here.
on things. It's those figurines.
So,
Those
I'll talk to y'all
figures.
later.
I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness?
Careful, Rio.
Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one
Well,
more
now that you're
trip
eating
back
food,
to
you
the
can probably
memory
go
zone?
and talk to the handler
I
and
would
get your
love
next quest.
nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Right, you need to... Yeah. You have to see a cutscene first, but after you see the cutscene, I can join. Yeah, I know. I'm just telling you what'll happen.
Here's where it all began.
Struggling.
The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could
What
we
if I wanted
know
to
for
put that in my root beer?
certain? We were so innocent.
What if I wanted to put that
We'll
in my
never
root
be
beer?
like that again, Stanley.
No? Okay.
And here was a second Stanlerine. I'll be honest, back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6.
but you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember? Hey, that's exactly right. It was here in the boss's bathroom. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised.
Track the monster
After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
I can join.
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Oh, actually, I can go now. Guess I'll go now. Apparently they didn't think the Pookie was important enough to need a cutscene.
This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy. Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else. And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly
so you gotta look at footprints and stuff. I also recommend that you pick up things that you find, like herbs and different plants and mushrooms. So. Found it.
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels. Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone,
only 6 figurines in the game, and somehow now I have 13 of them.
This one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Oh, not again!
Yes, I love that video.
Okay. Yeah, poison.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
It's enraged.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Nice.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
You're gross.
This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figlarines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
You have to, yeah, to put your sword away and come pick up
new
stuff right here.
content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put
Well,
a
you put
rosy
a bomb in
filter
there.
on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
Oh, it's just right up there. Because he almost did.
Oh, yes, the two doors.
Oh, and did you harvest
Who
his
could have
tail?
forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
It's down over here. Also, your mic is, like, up, I think.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character
Might wanna
named
fix your
Stanley
mic.
to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named
Yeah,
Stanley.
it's a little better. Gotcha.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Why aren't you just on your PlayStation 5?
Replacement
just
bucket.
your PlayStation 5.
Yeah.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Let's see if it's any different.
Here's
Whoa.
the door, just go.
I love it. No, that's good. What'd you do to it? Can't even tell.
Slightly less cocoa mix.
Yep, I can tell.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights
Not the
rose on
entire
an
place.
enormous room packed with
Normally, I
television
just take him over
screens.
to where the
What horrible secret did this
stockpile
place
dude
hold?
is.
Stanley thought to himself.
I
Did he
usually
have
pick
the
something up
strength
there.
to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's
Almost looks like Chica's
co-workers.
riding the boogie.
The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this...
Nope. Nope. Nope.
blackness
Excuse me?
and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Wait, what?
As Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere. This adventure, he decided, was for all of them. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket
I think it should start over.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical
Well, you've been in there
explanation.
for a little while. Just saying.
Yes, but every time I think I found all the endings, another ending appears. This stream has been going on for 4 hours.
Jeez.
Stanley Parable.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind
It's hard
Control
to
Facility.
explain. Yes.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Alright, I don't think there's any more endings, so I'm gonna call it.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not getting off, I'm just calling it for the game.
Okay.
Alright.